Hello, this is Lee with 82 Gaming 12, and we're on YouTube channel Sons Liberty 75. This will be video 4 of my playthrough comparing two Shiloh games. And those games are April's Harvest by the Gamers. Came out in 1995. Game designer Al Wambold. Series designer Dean N. Essig. Part of the Civil War Brigade Series, volume number 9. And then we have Shiloh the First Day, Revolution Games, volume 11 of the American Civil War series, using the blind sword system developed by Hermann Luttmann. And this game deals specifically with the first day. And I believe it comes with 7 maps and lots of different scenarios. The designer for this volume, Steve Carey. Maps done by Edmund Hudson, counters Charlie Kibler. Mark Mahaffey did the box art. Development, Roger Miller. Exclusive rules editing, Stephen Campbell and Julie Dawn Feind. Rules and charts layout, Richard Handewith. So and of course, you can find out more about Revolution Games at revolutiongames.us. Now, the Gamers are now MMP, Multi-Man Publishing. And I don't know if you can buy any more of these games. You'd have to look at their website, I guess. I know you can find them on eBay and other places. But the Gamers are no longer in production. So, and I use the 3.2 version of the rules. I don't know much about the line of battle and how that can be used in these older games. I do know that the line of battle games are, to me, they're extremely expensive. And I like these older ones. I know the maps are difficult at times, the counters also, and I've even mentioned that myself. But I do like the system, specifically the Napoleonic Brigade series. I wish they had, developed and produced more battles on that system. I thought that system was a wonderful system. It did need some tweaking with the command rules, but I think they come out later and did that. But enough talking there. Let's get right into it. We are starting the 12:30 turn, and we're on the April's Harvest. Okay. So now something that I wanted to, I guess, mention is that it's been a while since I've delved into this system, and so I was getting some things wrong dealing with combat, and so I wanted to kind of go over that, and also about how to speed up gameplay with rolling a bucket, basically, of dice. Okay, so this is in the rules under Fire Combat 20.0. It says a play tip of speeding things up is to use a combination of dice. Okay, you have a large red dice. Okay, so these 2 dice are going to be for the fire combat itself. Okay, I'm going to read this. Well, it's just a combination. It's going to say it's just adding the 2 together, and then this small red dice will be for rounding when you get that half number. Okay. And then you have this dice will be for stragglers that you roll if needed. And then you have this for the morale. This is going to be the 10s. This will be the 1s. Okay, so right there, that's a 64. So rolling them all at the same time speeds up play because now you're not having to roll again and again for other things. And anything that is not needed, you know, if you don't get any damage here, or maybe all you get is a morale check, well, here's your morale check. And these others are just kind of ignored. Okay, so I'm going to be using that. Now, dealing with the fire chart, this is something that I was doing incorrectly. Okay, so on the fire chart here, I've got this in a plastic sheet, so I apologize if it's difficult to see, but okay, this is morale checks here. And you know, it tells you that up here, okay. But I don't understand why it says that you're going to go up. So morale check with, you know, up 2. I think that should be down 2. I think that was a mistake. I don't understand why you would be going up. So your morale is getting better. Okay, if you go up. So that should actually be going down. Okay, but the half here is where you have to roll to see if that is actually a loss or not. Okay, that's where the small red dice comes in. So this is still dealing with a loss. Now, if you take any kind of, you know, if you take any losses, casualties, then you would roll on the straggler table. Okay, you're not rolling on the straggler table until you get a loss. Okay, so, and then of course you're also going to have to take a morale check, and that's what, see, it tells you right here. Okay, casualties, morale check, and, you know, so forth. So, maybe, let's see, maybe you would, if you got, even if you get this, maybe you're still rolling straggler check and morale check, even though maybe that rounds to 0. Let me look at that. It may not even say anything about that. I'm sure I can find some answers in other places. So, let's see here. That says upward shifts on the morale table. Why would you go up, though? That makes your morale better. Your morale should be getting worse. Okay, it says any result giving half or more casualties calls for a straggler check. It says any numerical result in the table indicates a casualty loss, straggler check, and morale check. Okay. So I just wanted to explain that because I was doing that wrong. And I don't know why, but I guess just something I forgot about. I read through the rules, but I know for some reason it just didn't resonate, I guess, with me. So provides a little bit of light, but it also provides a lot of heat. So, all right. So we are on the Confederate activation, and once again, the Confederates are limited in that a leader must begin the turn stacked with a unit for them to be able to move. And they then are still required for the leader to pass their leadership rating, okay, in order for that unit to move. Now, they can still, says they can still perform close combat. But I guess in order to do close combat, you actually have to be able to move. So that is, we go back to the scenario here. Regardless, okay, where's it at? Okay, it says all units can fire offensively and defensively and attempt to recover stragglers. Okay, so they cannot do close combat. The only way they can do close combat is if they're stacked with a leader. So, all right, so let's focus up here on the western end, and this is the group that is not included. These units, most of these units are not included in the blind swords game. Okay. Well, they're in the game, but not in this scenario, though. So we're just playing the hornet's nest on both of these. So, all right. So we've got this routed unit back here. Okay, that's cavalry. Now this guy can't move. Now this guy here is shaken. Okay. Let's see here. That's Anderson. Let's put this on the bottom here. Okay, and then we have this unit here, Polk. That unit is Bloodlust. So let's try to do that one first. So, now, a unit that's Bloodlust isn't forced to go to close combat, but they are forced to move toward the nearest enemy unit. And since they're already, adjacent to an enemy unit, they don't really have to do anything else. All right, so let's see, We just have to roll for, let's see if we can pass Polk's leadership rating, which is a 1. I rolled a 5, so no. So we move on to someone else. So let's go here to Clark. Let's see if Clark can activate. We got a 2, so okay, Clark can actually do something. So, you know, he can move ahead and capture that crossroads right there by the Duncan field. Or he could turn and help Polk. Okay. Let's see, that's Russell. Let's see how big Russell is. He's an AA. Okay, and he's in line. So moving through the forest is going to cost him 2. Okay. So he's going to go, okay, I'll leave the Clark unit here because I might want to move him somewhere else. He's got 6 movements. So 1, 2, 3, okay, and then 4, he moves to there. And so we changed this out. Let's see, he went up slope. So going up slope, okay, is +1. So, so that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, he didn't go up slope. He went down slope. And then if he wants to change formation, that costs just 1. So, going to extend. And so let's see here, I think. He wants to turn here a little bit. Oops. Like so. And so he's extended. Okay, now I can leave him there, or well, I think I'm going to put him here with this Stewart. So, I think they have like a movement of, oh, they have a movement of 13. So, and force cost them 2. So, one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, easily got there. All right. Now, move up here where we have rules. there's Rugel's. And let's see if he can activate. No, got a 6, so he can't. See, that's the problem. Is that so? Let's take a look at Hardy. Okay, Hardy, I rolled a 1, so he can activate. Now, who does he have here? Oh, Kibler. Okay. 3rd Corps. He's an AB. So he needs to get over. Hardy's going to move him over. He's part of Hindman's division. So he's actually going to move over here to help support their flank there. So let's see if he changes to column. Stream doesn't cost anything, but does he have? He didn't have any stream in his way. What he's got is that forest. So, okay. So we're gonna turn. Oops. Okay, go back up this other way here. We're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's as far as he can go. And Hardy's going to go with him. And it looks like, well, heck, I've got another victory text there that I didn't mark right there underneath that supply. Oops. All right, then we have Hindman out here. He's the next one. I rolled a 4, so he can't activate. And see, that's the issue that the Confederates run into, which I guess is illustrating the confusion that occurred during the battle on that first day. Also the looting that went on at the Union campsites. The Confederates were not as supplied, I guess, as well as the Union, especially with the types of food, the provisions that they were given. And so anytime the Confederates could capture Union supplies, they were extremely overjoyed with the foodstuffs, especially that they could acquire. Also the weapons and ammo and anything else. Clothing, shoes, whatever. So, all right, so Heinemann is not able to activate. So now we're moving down to this other part of the battle. And pull that back some here. Okay, so Bragg here has a 0. He's not able to do anything. And Clark, I already moved him. Beauregard has come in, and in this scenario, Johnston is not even used. Okay, it's just automatically they put Beauregard. Okay, which Johnson should be in the scenario until about 2:30. But this game's scenario doesn't even have you rolling for Johnston's demise. So, all right, so we got Beauregard. Let's see if he can pass. No. All right. So then we're going to move out of here to Breckinridge. And, you know, Breckinridge he's got a unit. He's got a unit way over here, okay? That's one of his brigades. So, all right, see if Breckinridge, he's got a higher rating, but I rolled a 6, so he wasn't successful. Cheatham rolled a 6, so he's not able. Now, I can still move the leader. So if, say I wanted to move Breckinridge up, maybe up to, you know, closer up to do something, I could, but no success there. All right, so let's see if Withers can activate. And I rolled a 5, so we don't have any activation from the Southerners except for Clark. Clark was the only one that was able to pass his leadership rating. So now we will just go to the fire combat. We don't have to really worry about orders in this scenario. So we just go from a stalemate here into the next phase of the sequence of play. And I could have tried to, you know, I could have placed straggler recovery markers on units. They don't have to have a leader for that. So some of these units that are, you know, they don't have, I should have done that with some of these units that don't have a leader on them, like this unit here, Gibson. So if I look at Gibson, he's right there beside Beauregard. Put this here. Okay, if I was to look at the loss charts and I find Gibson, he's got some stragglers. So, you know, I should have placed a straggler recovery marker on him And let's see if he's far enough back. He's got to be at least 4 hexes away from an enemy unit. No, he's not far enough back. Prentice is 3 hexes away. So if Prentice is forced back, then things could maybe change. So, all right. But there's probably, as time goes along here, there's going to become units that will fit that, where they're going to be able. Okay. So let's start over here on the eastern end. And so each turn, each 30 minutes, you're basically you're going to have an opportunity to fire each of your units twice. Once during your activation, and then again during your opponent's. Okay, and possibly even more if there's opportunity to fire. Okay. So we have Williams firing on Statham, and they are on the same elevation. So really, like I said, there's not a lot of modifiers when it comes to this game in fire combat. Upslope or extreme slope, sunken road, trench, night, low ammo, target is column, limbered, flank, disorganized, or routed, mounted target, defenders fire in close combat if attacked from a flank, and that's about it. So, okay, so we take a look. Williams has a strength of, okay, he's down to an AB, so he's going to have an A. Okay, so strength of A is going to be at a range of 1, is going to be 4. All right, so we got a 6 rolled. Okay, a 6 is a possibly, it's a half result. So our little dice was a 5. Okay, so this is how you would read this. Okay, so there's the two big red dice. You add them together, so that's a 6. There's the little dice. Okay, 1, 2, 3, round down. 4, 5, 6, round up. And then we're going to have, if we have stragglers, which we will in this case, and then there's the morale, which is a 64, which is not good for the Confederates. Okay, so we round up, so that means that Statham, part of Breckinridge's division, takes a loss. Okay, so we mark that. So that puts him down to A. Okay, but now we have to look at his stragglers. Okay, let me pull back so it's easier to see all this. Okay, so the 6. Okay, we were on the strength of 4. 6 is that half. Okay, and then that here tells you if it's 4, 5, or 6, rounds up. So, all right, so on the straggler, okay, Statham has a morale of a B. Okay, so on here, I'm going to have to raise up here a little bit. I'm not going to show this every time, but I'm showing it here. Okay, so it's a half loss. Okay, fire loss showed a half. So we got a 4 here. He's a B. A 4 means he gets 1 straggler. Okay, and then we have to check the morale, which is over here on this chart, and he has a B. Okay, but we rolled a 64, so that means he's disorganized and back 1. So, all right, so he has to take a straggler. All right, he's disorganized, but hold on, I forgot he was already, okay, he's already shaken. Okay, but when you're shaken and you become and you have a disorganized, it just the worst. So it doesn't bump up to routed. You have to be disorganized, and then another disorganized to rout. So, but because he was shaken, there's modifiers here. So he would actually bump down 1, but he's still going to have the same result. But over here, okay, just being shaken doesn't add a modifier. Okay, so he becomes disorganized, and he's got to go back 1. So he goes back to the peach orchard is where he goes. Okay. All right, so now we can move on. We've got Jackson here being attacked by 16 Wisconsin. Prentice. Okay, Prentice. A16 is actually Allen, but they got 16th Wisconsin on there. So he is at a B. He's got a strength of B. So, let's see, rolled a 10. Strength of B is only a 2, but we got a 10, so that's a hit. Okay, so Jackson is going to take a loss. He's part of Withers. Okay, Jackson has a morale of B. On the straggler, I rolled a 6. So he's going to get a straggler. And then a 25 morale is not going to be no effect. Okay. All right. So now let's close back up. And we've got here, let's see what we got here underneath here. Okay, so they are disorganized. That's Lawman and the 23rd Missouri. Okay, and that is the same unit. That's the same unit that I was having questions about over here on this other game. Okay, right here. That's the 23rd Missouri. Okay, and they are assigned to Williams. Okay, who begins this scenario wrecked. Okay, which means basically you can't do anything. Okay, and so over here, okay, he's assigned to Prentice, and of course that's the division that he's assigned. But in this scenario, he's right there. He was, well, he's about, I guess, in the same general area. However, he was actually on a road. Running right by, they had him actually down here further south. Down here along this road here is where they had him. Okay, like right in here instead of up there. But there we go. All right, so we've got the 23rd Missouri, and they can still fire into this hex here because that's considered their front, the 3 front hexes there. And lawmen, but they're all disorganized, okay, which means that their fire is going to be reduced to half, okay, and their target, of course, is wood right there. So if we look, what is this, the 23rd? Let me look at that again. I gotta, oops. These little counters. All right. All right, so 23rd Missouri has a strength of C, and lawman he's got a C. So we've got 2 C's equal a B. Okay. But they are disorganized, so their fire is half. So they're going to have a strength of 1. Okay. Strength of 1. Strength of 1, I rolled a 6, so that's going to be a morale check. Okay, morale check, I rolled a 22, and wood has a B morale. That's no effect. All right. Let's go here. This Prentice, I think he got turned. That's Peabody, 1-6. Okay. He's firing at Gladden. Okay. 1-6. He's an AB. So he's going to have a strength of 4. 6. Okay. All right. So that's going to be rounded down. So no losses. Okay. Okay, we go here. It's fired at Clark, Stewart, Tuttle. Tuttle has strength of A. Okay. Four. Okay, that's a possible casualty, but it's rounded down, so no casualties. And let's see if we have any artillery here. could fire on anyone. Nope. Nope. All right, so let's move up here to the western edge, or western part. Okay, we got McCulloch, Cavalry 1. He's a C. And he's wrecked, but that's not going to affect anything on his firing. Okay, so let's say see if it's over here, if anything's mentioned. No. Okay, so he's a C. That's 1, and he rolled at 11, so that's going to be a hit. And we'll have to roll for that leader, and that's Johnson. Johnson takes a hit. He's got a morale of B. I rolled a 3, so that's no. Yes, no effect. No stragglers. Morale is a 53 under a B. Shaken. And since he's bloodlust, it just becomes back to regular. Okay. Now let's roll for poke to see if poke is injured. 5 is no effect. Okay. All right. So now we move to McClellan here. And that's Marsh, and he's in an extended line, so he's going to fire there with the units that are with McClellan. So Marsh is an A. That means he's got to be it's going to be a B and a B strength. So a B is going to be a strength of 2. 7 is it checks for a half loss and round down to nothing. All right, so now his extended line fires on Pond, also with strength of B. We got a 10 here. It's going to be a hit. It's going to be 1 loss on Pond. Pond. And Pond has a C morale, so he's going to take a straggler loss and a 15 in morale. It's not going to do anything there, but he does take a straggler loss. All right. And I believe that's it. This gun here can't fire on anyone. All right, so now it's going to be the Confederates' opportunity to fire, And so Pond is going to fire there. Okay, Pond has a strength of AB, so he can fire at a strength of A, which is range 1, 4 strength. Okay, rolls at 12. There's going to be 2 losses to Marsh. So who's already wrecked. Okay. Now, let's see. Marsh has a B, but he's wrecked. Okay, he ends up with no stragglers. But the morale, I rolled a 64, which is going to becomes disorganized back to straggler 1. Okay. So he gains a straggler, Marsh. Now he's down to a strength of a B, okay, which means he has to, well, no, he didn't necessarily have to consolidate, but when one section has to retreat, all of them, the whole thing does. So this basically, well, I guess he could just retreat, what I say, 2? Is that what I said? Yeah, back 2. So so he's going to go 1, 2, 1, 2. I'll just say they consolidate, and we have to get a disorganized. What did I do with that? There it is. Oh, that's it. There's a disorganized. I don't think they gave you enough markers if you're playing the full battle. Of course, well, we don't have to check for McClellan. He wasn't in the hex. I actually took the losses. So, all right. Put Sherman back there. Okay, so now we have, let's see, Polk here with Johnson. He's going to fire on McCulloch. So Johnson has AB, which means he can fire with a strength of A. Okay. We got a 4, it rounds up. So cavalry 1. Okay. Cavalry 1 is eliminated. So McCulloch is gone. So that's 2 Union units, a brigade, and now a cavalry regiment that has been eliminated. Okay. All right, so now let's move down here. Okay, and we've got let's see, Stewart. Okay, gonna fire here on Wallace and Tuttle. So Stewart has basically he's an AA, so he needs to be going to an extended line. All right, we've got an 8. Okay, so that's a hit on Tuttle. It's already wrecked. Okay, and Tuttle has a B morale. So, okay, no stragglers. Rolled a 63. So disorganized, back 2, and a straggler. So he does take another straggler. So he's going to have to go back to... Now there's no way that they gave you enough markers here for war morale if you're playing the full battle. No way. And I don't know why sometimes game companies do that to you. All right, so 1, 2. Disorganized. We got to roll for Wallace there. Six is no effect. All right. Now we have Wood firing here at Latham and let's see who else was in there. Well, I can look later. Okay, so Wood has strength of AA. See, he needs to be extended. Okay, so a 7. Okay, that's a hit. Latham's on top, so I guess he'll take it. And he's done. Okay, them being disorganized. Okay, that actually increases from 7 to 9, but that's still just one hit. Okay. So T6. T6 now. Okay, which is B, and he is disorganized. That's +1, so that's 4. So that's a straggler on him. So he becomes wrecked. And 51 for shaken, back 1. He's already disorganized, so he's just going to be back 1. Okay, so it's forced him back. And a Holbert there. Has to check for, so that's a 5, so no effect on that. You got to roll up a 2 or 11, 12. So, okay. Now we've got Gladden is going to fire here at Prentice. Gladden is an AA, needs to be an extended line. Okay, so we got a 9. So that's a hit on, that's going to be that, well, I think it's the, who is that under there? Peabody. Okay, so he takes, that's his first loss, Peabody's. Oops. These mechanical pencils, I write too hard. All right, so Peabody has a morale of C. Okay, so he doesn't take any straggler losses. A 56, what is he? He's a C. 56 though is he's shaken and back 1. So we got to roll for Peabody. Nope. Okay. Shaken. All right. Now, okay. So now we have Jackson firing on, I think this is Allen, actually 16th with a constant, but I believe it's Allen. Yeah. All right, so Jackson, he's got a strength of AB. Uh, 9. That's going to be a hit on, it's a 100-man casualty there. So Allen has a C. So he's going to take a straggler. So now he's back to a C in strength. And then he's also, let's see, Gilbert was 65 with a C. This is going to be disorganized back to and 1 straggler. Disorganized back to and a straggler. Now that straggler is not going to wreck him. Okay. So someone else I thought became wrecked. Maybe that he's almost wrecked. Oh yeah, down here that guy's wrecked. Okay. So he's disorganized. Back 2. So that's where he's going. All right. So that takes care of the Confederate turn. Okay. It's a whole hour in there, isn't it? So, you know, to work through this takes time, especially when you're solo. It's not as quick. As blind swords. It's a little bit more clunky with the fire combat. Now with blind swords, you have a lot more modifiers. So the clunkiness comes when you're having to check for all the other things like a half loss, round up or down, stragglers, and then the morale check. So, and then also needing to look at the loss charts to find the morale, which could easily be placed on the counter. But you know, they would have to change how they recognize morale compared to strength, because they use letters for strength as well as they do morale. So that's the issue there. And so you have these morale, not morale, but size markers that you can place. Okay, right there. And you can place those, but they're only, you know, C and B's. That's all those are. So they're only used for when strength goes down to B or C. I guess it's for putting under maybe extension markers. But you know, that for me, that clutters up the map. Plus, it makes it difficult for me because of my hands that shake. So if you've watched some of my videos, and you understand, you know, I don't be able to just put my arm out here and pick something up. I have to basically have to brace my arm and like put it down on my elbow down on the table, or I guess I could hold my arm with my other arm, something like that. So these little counters really, when there's a lot of counters underneath, it really makes it difficult for me. That's something that's really nice with the blind swords, is the size of the counters. It's easier even when they're stacked. So, but to each his own, I guess. I don't allow it to keep me from playing these games that have the smaller counters. Kevin Zucker's just massive Napoleonic operational system. The libraries of Napoleonic battles has small counters, and sometimes you can end up with, you know, rather large stacks, and you know, that can be an issue for me. Okay, so the Union basically are going to have to really set up another line of defense. Looking down here around the Peach Orchard and Hornet's Nest, they're not going to be able to retake this objective here. Not, you know, they could take it, but they're going to lose they're going to lose that brigade that's with Prentice. I think Wood is actually like that. So they're going to have to fall back and create another line of defense. And I think they do that with the artillery that they have. Now, with the Confederates, I still have to do their rally. I didn't do their rally phase, which, okay, I don't think there's anybody down here that, well, Statham, okay, goes to Shaken. All right. And then if we move to the western end, here this unit is no longer Shaken. And this unit here has to roll. And so he now becomes disorganized. Okay. All right. So now we can now move to the Union phase activation. And so we're going to go to the, we could, I could put straggler recovery on some units, but yeah, I don't think I'm going to do that. So all right, so we want to Sherman up there. Here with McDowell. Let's see, Sherman. McDowell, well, he's an A, so basically he's now got 2 B's. There's a B in each one, each hex. He could probably consolidate. He's almost wrecked. Okay, he's going to pull back. Now you can only move out of your front hexes. Okay, so go off to movement. Oh, it says units may move in any direction or set of directions, but must always be in only one hex at a time. Okay. So when it comes to movement, they're not as there's not as much stringency on facing and so forth. So I guess you could change your facing and all of that, just as you move. So basically, okay. So we want to slide back for one thing, and slow. This is 2 here for this one. For here, he's crossing that stream, so that's going to be cost 3. Okay, and to then do that again. See, that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, but for this one it's 3, 4, 5. So they'd have to stop right there. This artillery is going to move up this road. Okay, so that's half. And then they're going to move into this hex here and then unlimber. Okay, and that cost them 3 to unlimber. So they used 4.5 movement, and they've got a total of 6. So, see what do we got here? All right, this gun here is gonna unlimber. Let's see. I think they're gonna move here first. They're gonna move here. Well, no. I just want to unlimber right here. Let's see, I don't think. Let's see. Well, yeah. So they're on limber right there. Like Marsh. He's just going to slide back 1 to there. Okay. All right, so they're going to form that line right there. And then if we come down here, okay, this gun is going to unlimber right here. This one here will just stay where it's at. These guys will move back to here. Williams is going to move back. So 1, 2, 3, 4. There. So artillery is going to move back into these woods. That's 3. Okay. And he'll unlimber. Tuttle is going to move here and then there. So these guys are going to move back 1, 2, 3, 4 to there. Prentice here, Peabody, 1, 2, and then they're going to join this these guys here. of course, now when you stack a shaken unit with a non-shaken, then every unit in that hex is going to be shaken. That's just the way the rules are. All right, now this detached artillery battery here, that's going to attempt to move, okay, or will move, is going to be opportunity fired on from Jackson and Gladden. So that unit is going to attempt to move, and as they do, those two units are going to be able to fire on it. So, okay, here we've got opportunity fire. And let's see here. All right, so what we have is we've got Jackson and Gladden. I think they're both A's. So that's going to be a strength of, which I think what we do is we just roll on the gun loss table. Okay, instead of rolling that way. Well, they're already, you see, they're already limber. But I think we just roll here instead of actually on the fire, which I guess we could roll on the fire table because they're leaving the hex. So I'll roll on the fire table. All right, so we got 8 with a strength of 8. Okay, and it's going to be 1 loss. So we take 1 loss. Okay, so now they're down to 1. Okay. So they go 1, 2, or 3 actually, I think, going into forest. Yeah, 3. Yeah, 3. So they're not going to be able to get very far. Right like that, that's it. Okay, and then we're not going to have any fire combat because see, these guys are on a higher level. So no, they can't see those guys. They could look down, I guess, to there. Let's see what kind of... Really, looks like that's going to be the only possible target. So, all right. So, all right, let's see here. We've got, okay, what's the strength of this artillery? 2. Now, I've read how units really didn't like being, infantry didn't like really being in woods because of the, cannons firing into the woods, causing the branches and so forth to fall. Then you could be killed from the fallen branches. And the splinters from, the wood, just getting hit by these cannonballs, but just send all these, it's like shrapnel, that could, get, if you got hit, you end up getting infections, especially in that slimy, you got the marsh and all the other stuff going on. Okay, so the range is what I say, 1, 2, 3, okay, 2. So it's going to be just 1, but we might be able to shake them up or something. So it's an 8. So it's a morale check. So we might get them to have to flee or do something. Okay, that's Russell. With Clark. He's got a C. I rolled a 54. C4 is shaken and back 1. So we did force, something, at least did something. So, and of course, then he gets back here onto the higher ground where we okay. All right. So the next thing is the rally phase, and so they become shaken. Okay, here, shaken. This is just automatic. You don't roll or anything like that. The shaken's gone. This shaken's gone. This one's here turned to shaken. Okay. And actually, I got more units that I need to move. Units that I didn't move, I forgot all about. Let me take care of this. Okay. All right, so that takes care of all of the. Now, the units that I did not move are back here. Not very much. There's not much. I think if there's, let's see, who's with Grant? I think it's just headquarters. Yeah. It's the 15th Michigan, which needs to move or could move somewhere. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. So they moved it there. All right, and that takes care of the 12:30 turn, okay, for April's harvest. And take a look here. The Confederates have already taken the peach orchard, and you know, in the next turn they're going to take the hornet's nest, and that's going to give them, let's see, I think all of these are just ones. Yeah. So that's going to give them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're going to have 5 victory points, and that means they only need 5 more to get a victory. So that's where we're at there with April's Harvest. So now we can shift over to the other game, which I really need to do some maintenance over here on this, because I have not so I didn't move these down. I had some units on the broke track that I didn't. Okay, and then to put in the cup, got to put those in the cup, and these leaders, I've got to put them in the cup. And I have to flip these back over. Same thing here. Yeah, the Union really is kind of limited in what they can do here. All right, so I do know that with the, I'll turn here a little bit. So I've got that. I shifted these. So now what I have to do is have to decide on what I want here, and it's probably going to be rally again, so I'll throw that in. And then these others I just shake up. I put 2 in. And then the others I just stack there. And let's see here, I think I want this cavalry one in there. And then these others, oh, there's one. Let's shake up, drop 2 in there. And I don't look at these others. All right, so that means we're ready to go. These guys here, gotta look to see when they actually come in. Don't actually need that on there now. Let's see. When does Rugal come in? Anderson. When does Anderson come in? All right, I better check my scenario reminder over here. So, well, I guess the Confederate player may fully activate any one brigade to begin the first chit phase after the artillery phase. So I guess that's each turn. All right, I got to check here to find out when Anderson, when does Anderson come in? 3 p.m. Okay. Okay, I wonder where do they come in at? Oh, okay. It shows us hex 1523 and then 1323. Okay, yeah, up there at the top where I thought. Okay. And then, let's see, Sweeney, the Tyler gunboat. Let's see, when do they come in? So at 2 o'clock, Sweeney's 57th Illinois comes in. At 2:30, the gunboat comes in. Okay, and we'll discuss the gunboat more as needed. So, all right. All right, so we got that ready. And so now we go to the artillery phase. And the Union get the artillery phase. Now, something I need to do is decide, okay, which brigade, okay, am I going to activate? I think I want to do Chalmers. That or maybe Gibson. Or Gladden. Yeah, I think I'm going to do Gladden. So Gladden will be the that's who I'm going to activate first. So let me put that out there. Okay. So let's get started with the artillery phase. And I'm going to start Richardson. Okay, firing here. All right, so we've got a range of 3. Okay, strength of 4. Okay. Range is not going to be an issue because he's within his effective range, which is all the way up to 7. He doesn't get the canister. Now the target is in woods, so he has to go down 2 column shift to the left, and that's going to be it. So uh, 55, and that's going to be root. No, yeah, root. No, it's going to be, because he has a 0 because he's not supported. So it's going to be tough. Oh, a 12. Okay, so it's just going to make him retreat 1. All right, so he fired. Okay. Trying to think here. What we got here? All right, so we have Rutledge here. Fire at, well, he can't fire there. He's at a lower level. He can fire here, this guy. Okay, that's going to be canister. Now, he's in woods himself, so the most he can fire is 3, strength of 3, and this guy's gonna clear though. Canister will bump him up to strength of 4. So 43. What's he got? Is he supported? No, he's not. That guy's in the woods, can't provide support, so it's gonna be routine. Okay, 61, depleted. He's already depleted, so he's got to do a break test. I rolled a 6, so he's going to the broke box. 3. Okay. And where's all our... Oh. Put a bunch of them right here. Okay. Now, let's see here. Those guys can't fire. This guy can. So man is going to fire at Stevens, the 6th Tennessee. Okay. Now he's in woods, so he can only fire strength of 3, but he's at canister range, so he goes up to 4, and this guy is in clear. So we got a strength of 4. Ooh. Would you look at this? 66. Now he is supported by a unit that's not in woods. Okay, but 66, that's going to be routine. 12 and no effect. Had an opportunity there and didn't get much out of it. Okay, let's see here. Who else do we have? Okay, we've got this unit here who's in woods. Can fire over these woods to one of these targets, and I guess can't hit that one, I don't think, because he's right behind that and he's at a lower level. So let's go with let's hit the 12th Illinois. Strength of 3, canister makes it turns to 4. He's in woods, so we go to 2, and then firing over. We're not firing over dense woods though. Okay. All right. So go strength of 2. 26. Okay, no effect. So all right. All right, so Ross here. Is gonna fire at, well, all he can fire at is this here, this stack that's in the woods. Strength of 3. It's not canister. They're in the woods, so it's gonna go down to 1. 51. See what their strength is. I got a 4. Shaken brings them down to a 3, and then not supported becomes a 2. Yeah, so we do get the so that's going to be a depletion. So they become depleted. All right, let's see here. Well, let's see, this stack here, these 2 artillery units are going to move to here. So, okay. Okay, for the Union, Willard's batteries are going to move here and to this peach orchard. Okay. Those guns and these guns, I think they're waiting. These stacks Smith is actually going to stack here. I don't think he can be in there. Let me look here. I don't think they actually tell you about the, okay. Okay, so no, that can't be in, they can't be in that hex with those dense woods. They've got to stay back, back there. The only way they can go into those dense woods is if they're on a, like he can move to here because he's on that road. So, let's see here. So actually, I can move him up to here. Because even though that's engaged, it's not, because he doesn't have a line of sight through these woods. Okay, so I can move, let me just move over here where I was. So Stone was here, but he went to here, up that slope to that clear hex. Now, normally that's engaged. He wouldn't be able to move there. That's 2 hexes away. But because the rules now are in this volume that artillery can move into engagement if the enemy is not doesn't have line of sight. Okay, so that's where he moved to. And let's see here. Do we have anyone else that would like to move? I don't think so. All right, so I can remove these now. Okay, that's the end of the artillery phase. Okay, so now we can go right into the chit draw. But we're going to have Gladden over here go first. Okay, so okay. He gets automatic activation. And what I want to do with Gladden is I want to try to rebuild. So we're going to do a regroup. We're going to do a regroup order. Okay, so we can try to rebuild. Okay, but I don't want to try to rebuild. We're actually going to do, we're just going to do like a, I guess, what is it? We're not allowed to do the maneuver. So we could either use defend or attack, just to get the, we're basically just wanting to move into that clear area there. What is it, the Barnes, is that what it is, Barnes Field? Yeah, that's where they're wanting to move to. So not all of them will be able to get there. So I have to split them, I think. Yeah. So these two guys, we use defend. So they've got 4 movements. Okay, so 1, 2. This one here, 1, 2, because he's going through the woods, 3. Okay, over here, they're going to have to go 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3. So just like that. Okay, Gladden's turns over. But in the next, his next activation, whether it be through the commander-in-chief or something else, then they could then rebuild. Okay, and they're going to be in clear hexes where they can give each other support. So they've got a better opportunity of passing their rebuild. Okay, their cohesion rating. So, all right, so now we shake the cup up and we pull out a marker, and guess what? It's rally, but in this scenario, you're not able to use the rally to rebuild any units on the map, but I can use it to remove from one stack. I can remove like a shaken marker, and I guess I'll do that up here. Okay. All right. You have to play that. You have to play it immediately. You can't hold it. All right. Next, Withers. Okay. Now I can't activate Gladden again. Gladden got his activation. Oh, I got a 5, which that's all he needed. Okay, so he has Chalmers and Jackson. So if we look here, okay, I think I've got Chalmers here a little lower. And want to bring him in. So I want to go with the Chalmers. So I'm going to pull back a little bit and let's see here if I rotate this a little bit like this. Okay. Let me move this on to the table here. Alright, so we have an attack order that gives us 6. We can move 6. Okay. This dense woods costs 3. So we're not going to really be able to move too far. So that's 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This guy moving up this slope. Okay. That's +1. So, and that's regular wood. So that's 1 + 2 is 3. And then to go down slope didn't cost anything. So that's 3, and then this would be 3 more because it's dense, so that's 6. Okay. All right. So Chalmers is finished. All right, we'll put Withers back in the cup. And what's the odds that we pull him back out? Pretty high, I think. But we got Hardy instead. All right, so Hardy. Let's roll to see what he can do. Nothing. Well, he can do a limited activation. And it's either Shaver or Wood. And neither one of them is in a position of fire, so I guess it'll be Shaver. Activates. They were actually you know, you got Wood back here and you got Shaver right here, and Shaver's hit pretty hard. All of those brigades are, I mean regiments are, well, both brigades, pretty much all their units are battle worn, you know. So I just decided to activate Shaver, and that's that. So okay, now we got kind of hard to see that because of all the light there. Hulbert. Okay. I got a 3. So Hulbert can activate. Hulbert, he's got Williams and Luttmann. So is that right? Williams and Luttmann. And so he could, of course, we got Williams here. What happened? They only got, he only got two regiments. Oh no, he's got 2 of them over on the rope box, rope track. Okay, so he's 12. He's already at his stacking limit. So I can't stack with his artillery. Okay, the same thing here. Luttmann, think I'm going to pull Lawman. I'm going to use Lawman. And I could go up there to strike. Let's see what we got here. That's Miller, though. There's Lawman. I could go up here to strike Shaver with Lawman, or I could pull back. But still, I'm not in dense woods, but see, I could pull them back. Yeah, I'm going to do a defense order with Lawman. This unit here is going to stack with this artillery. It costs 2. He's going to move back into those dense wood, back this way in those dense woods. That's 3. This is 2 right there. All right, so Lawman is activated. And we put Holbert back in the cup. Give it a shake. And we pull out Cheatham. Now Cheatham only has one brigade, I believe. Yeah, Stevens. So let's see if he can activate 3. Yes. Okay, so Cheatham is activating his 1 brigade, which is Stevens. Okay, and Stevens is going to have attack orders. So, okay, we've got these guns here. Stevens, I see Williams is there. Attack orders. So you got 3 regiments. What's you got back here? Is this another one? Nope, those are those guns. Okay. So I wanna push Lawman back. Now I can perform my offensive fire. So let's do that first. Okay, so here we're going to fire at this unit. Okay, range of 2. He's got a smooth bore. Okay. That's going to be extreme, so it's going to be quartered. So it's going to be a strength of 2. He's in the open. He's not in woods or anything. So it's just going to be a strength of 2. All right. 52. And he is not supported. So he's going to have a 4. 52, not enough. Okay. All right. And then here, he's rifled. I think I want to fire at Williams again, the 3rd Illinois. So now he's rifled, so he's going to be just range of 2 is halved, so he's got a strength of 4. 13's not enough. Okay, so that's all of the offensive fire that I can do. So now we want to do our attack movement, and we're going to go 1, 2, 3. He doesn't have support now. So we go here. He goes to there. And I guess that's all we have. He's just got those three regiments. Now, if I assault, I'm going to get really peppered hard by that artillery. Plus those strength of that infantry there. So if the 7th Kentucky attacks, he's going to get fired on supporting fire from here if he assaults. So I could assault here and then these two guys here. Or just stop right there. I think I'll stop there. I don't think I'm going to assault. Okay. So let's go to the next activation. I think I'm running the risk of being really hit hard. All right, so Johnson. Okay, let's see if he can activate someone. 3, so yes, he can. All right, so this is where he can activate Gladden to rebuild over here, and I think that's what I'm going to do. So we're going to use Johnson here to try to rebuild these units. Okay. All right, so these two, okay, they all have support, so they're supporting each other. They're in clear terrain. You'll not be able to tell that, but if I move that there, that's, you can see the clear terrain. All right, so we've got a 3 and a 4, okay. And I rolled a 6 and a 5, so no, they're not going to be able to rebuild. Now over here, I can, instead of rebuilding, I can just remove that shaken marker, okay, from that unit. The other, so I remove the shaken from this guy. This guy here, I'm going to roll. I have to get a 1. Oh, got a 5. All right. Well, it's worth a try. Okay, so Prentice. I got a 2 there, so he can activate. And this is the commander, the chief, is what he's acting as. So he can activate anyone, even someone that's already been activated. And I think I'm going to do, let's see. I think I'm going to activate, let's pull back here. All right, I think I'm going to activate Luttmann again, because I just want to do offensive fire. That's what I want to do. So let's do that. Okay, so we're going to activate Luttmann here, and
So 31st Indiana is going to fire here at the 7th Kentucky. Actually, I could fire with this guy too. They're side by side. And why not? So both of these units, okay, so that's going to be a total strength of 19, okay. So we start at 19. He's in that dense woods, so that's going to shift down to 12 to 13. And that's all we've got. So 46, okay, and he has a CR of 2. He's not supported because he's in those woods, so that's going to be tough. 54 is depletion, morale hit, retreat 2. So these guys got hit pretty hard. Depletion, morale hit. So he's shaken. And he's forced to retreat 2. So 1, 2, he goes back like that. Okay. All right. And let me just check that. Go back over here. Yeah, so when you're looking at, firing multiple units, page 7, okay, it's under fire combat, 9.0, and it's under the letter E, multiple firing units. Firing is normally resolved by individual units. However, firing infantry units stacked in the same hex or stacked in 2 adjacent hexes may add their strength points together into a single fire combat total. Okay, same thing that can happen with artillery. Now, let's see if we go over here. Let's see if I can find where it talks about the artillery. I believe they can, when you have artillery. Let's see, should be here somewhere. Oh yeah, it's in the same area. Artillery units stacked in a single hex may add their strength points together into a single fire combat total, but artillery units in adjacent hexes may not. Okay, if artillery and infantry units are stacked together and issue defensive fire or supporting defensive fire at the same target, add their eligible SPs. Okay, which I did that, so. All right, so that's the Union CIC. So now we're ready to pick someone else, a different thing here. Okay, and we have firefight. Okay, now this is something that can be used now or it can be held. And so let's pull back and decide on a possible firefight for the Confederacy here. Of course, we've got right here, we've got Jackson here, and then we've got Sweeney in this dense woods. That's be a good firefight. Yeah, I think I'm going to do the firefight right here. So the 18th Alabama is going to fire, have a firefight, okay. And there we go. All right, so strength of 9, okay, and he's firing down into the dense woods there. So we start out at 9.
He's in dense woods. Okay, so that shifts it 2 to the left, and I think that's all that it's going to be. So we're at a strength of 5, 52, and he's going to have a CR of 1 because he's not supported in those woods. So 52, 1 is going to be tough. 53, depletion, and retreat 2. So he's already depleted, so he's got to do a break test. So I rolled a 3. He's got a CR of 1, so he's going to the broke table, box 2. Okay. All right, so that was successful. Okay, we got Ruggles. Can he activate? Yes. Rolled a 3. Ruggles has Gibson. So let's take a look at what Gibson's going to do. Up. There we go. Let's get out of that light there. Okay, so Gibson, I want to do an attack. Okay, now talking about stacking limits in a hex is 12, but during movement you can move through units. Okay, unless you know, you're in march column or on a road trying to use the road movement, then of course you can't. If you're entering a hex that's going to overstack, so I don't think that's going to really apply here. We're going to have to try to move through Schaefer's men, or we're going to have to try to go through Schaefer or between Schaefer and Woods. But one thing, we want to try to get this artillery unit here that is alone. So we've got a trail there. So that is going to, instead of the woods costing 2, it's only going to cost 1. Okay. If we were in road or march column, which we can't be in this scenario, it'll cost half. So, and they don't have any offensive fire, so we can skip that part. So 1, 2, okay, and then 2. Let's see, we could go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So we go. That's 1, 2. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right there. This unit here goes 1, 2, 3, 4. Here we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That way he gives him support. Let's see, we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, and so we want to assault that artillery. So the artillery, of course, is in a clear hex, and he wants to attack this unit that's in a clear hex. So he's got a strength of 4. It's going to be canisters, so it's going to be a strength of 6. 31, and he's going to have a CR of 4. And I said a strength of 6. 31. Okay. All right, no effect. Okay. So. Okay.
So now we have if. Okay, so the 13th Louisiana is going to be the main. It's going to be the lead unit. Okay, so we start at 12-13. All right, and then we add the 11, so that's 24 to 4. That's 6 to 1. So that's going to be 3 to 1 plus. So we move up to the right 3. 1, 2, 3. So we're at 20-22. He is supported here. So he says a 3. We got a 4. So now we're at 23 plus. And of course, we'd even go higher because the entire defense is artillery. So we're at 23 plus. 34. Okay. And let's see, a CR of 3, so it's going to be tough. 62 is a depletion. And then retreat all 2. So he's depleted and then forced to retreat 2. So 1, 2, he comes back here. Alright. And then these guys can actually, these 2 guys can actually move. They can actually move 2, but I don't think they want to. They're not going to move in there. They're going to stay where they're at. Alright, so Rugel's is done. He only had that one brigade. Okay. Alright, so it's Holbert again, and he's got Williams. And he rolled a 3, so he can activate Williams down here. And so he's got this unit and this unit. So, of course, we're going to do defense. So we're going to have offensive fire. So the 3rd Iowa will fire at, okay, this one here because he's in the open. So we're going to have a strength of 11. Okay. 33. And he's going to have a CR of a 3, he's not supported, so that's going to be routine. 63, we got a depletion and a retreat 1. So we got a depletion and he's got a retreat 1. Okay. Then we come down here, alright, and he's got rifles, so he's going to fire here. This guy's in the woods. So we started off with 12, range of 2 with a rifle is half, so now we got to start off at 6. He's in the woods, so we go down to 4. Let's see, he's firing. Okay, it's going to be a 4. 62. And I think he's going to be, he's not supported, plus he's already shaken, so he's going to have a 0. So that's going to be tough. Ooh. Look at that.
again, 66. That's the third time in this game. Tough at 66 is going to be depletion. And then morale hit 2, which is going to put him at a break test because he's already at shaken. So he goes to disorganize and then gets another one. So that causes a and with a CR of 0, okay, he's going to the broke table. So he goes to the broke box 2. 3, I mean. Broke box 3. So, okay. All right. Let's see, Holbert's done. So is Williams here. All right. Okay, W.H.L. Wallace. Okay, not Lew Wallace. Lew Wallace is lost. Okay, he's out there on a road that isn't going anywhere close to the battle. All right, so Wallace has to roll here, and he gets a 3, so he can activate. And he's got Tuttle, Sweeney, and MacArthur. So MacArthur did have a regiment, the 50th Illinois, that belonged to Sweeney that was assigned to him, but they were sent to the broke track. So let's take a look at what we got up here. So we've got Sweeney. Okay, there's 3 regiments. And they are going to try to work around to get on the flank, I believe. I think Tuttle's going to try to hold his ground. And Sweeney's going to move to try to get on their flank. So they're going to have attack orders. Now the thing about Sweeney though, they've got a really low CR. If you look at that, 2, 2, and then a 3. So, all right, so to cross that, that's going to be a +1, which they could avoid that by going here. So the road, the trail, they can't use the trail because of the overstacking. So that's the example right there. See, that's a trail, but because this 10-step unit is here, this puts a 19, there's a limit of 12. So, but they can still move through there, okay, and not have to go through that over that stream. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're in attack orders. They don't have anybody to fire at to start with. So 1, 2, 3, 4. You could actually go up there, 5, 6. And then this one here. Clear. So that's actually 1, 2, 3. He couldn't do, so he's here. I don't really want to put him in that fire. Yeah, he'll go ahead. So he'll go 1, 2, 3, just like that. Okay. But I don't think they want to attack. They could. Of course, they're not going to have. They're going to. CR, they're going to have a lower CR. Plus, this unit here can provide supporting fire on this unit.
which would be at a strength of 6, supporting fires at half. That would leave this guy to fire on here. He's in the woods, that's -2, or a shift to the left of 2. But because this guy has such a low CR, it's a 1 because he's not supported. He's going to easily be able to get at least routine. So the odds of them actually being able to do close combat, what they want to do is they want to hit him with offensive fire first and then assault. So they're going to wait. They're not actually going to do anything else. All right, so Sweeney is finished, and we put Wallace back in the cup. And our next draw is Wallace again. Tell you what, I do that so many times. Okay, I got roll to 1, he can activate. So he's got MacArthur and Tuttle. Down here, MacArthur can actually take this artillery unit. He can take that artillery unit out. And they can both, since they're side by side, they can actually fire together on this target. So let's activate MacArthur, and he'll have attack orders, and they're going to fire on that artillery to start with. So this is where and they can see this unit because he's at a higher level. But they're going to have this firing over these, well, maybe it's only if you're firing over dents, yeah. Okay. I would think still you would get it would be obscured. But not so. Okay, so they can combine their strength. They're both rifled, so they're both going to be halved. So it's going to be a strength of 9. Okay. So we start at 9. He's in woods. That shifts to the left twice, and I think that's it. So. And we got a 23. I don't think that's no go there, no effect. Okay, so now he's going to move to there. If I go to here, we got supporting fire here. I'll go ahead and do it. Alright, so we've got supporting fire on this unit, which leaves this unit to fire here. Okay, defensive fire. Of course, those guys had to cross that stream. So that cost them 1, 2, 3. They had plenty of movement to do that. Alright, so let's do the artillery first. Okay, so they can fire with a strength of 3 out of these woods, and then they got canister being adjacent, so they're going to have a strength of 4. This unit is in woods, so that goes down to 2. 26 is not going to do anything. And then Jackson here is fire and supportive fire. He's half, so that's 4. Okay. The woods is going to bring it down to 2. 42. No. All right. So these two guys are going to get to assault. Now, this unit's the lead unit. So we've got a total strength of 18 against 6. That's going to be 3 to 1. So we start at 12. We get the 3 to 1. That increases us 3 to the right. So we're at 2022. We're going to have the higher CR, 23 plus. Defender on higher steep slope. No. Okay, so it's going to be 23 plus. We even have the 50% defender strength points. Could increase it even more, 4 more to the right. Okay, we got a 46 CR of 2. That's going to be severe. 44 depletion, 2 morale hits, and retreat 2, plus you have panic of 3 possible panics. Okay, so he's depleted. He gets 2 morale hits, so he goes to disorganized, and then he has to retreat 2. Okay. Now, panic-wise, I think they take a morale hit and retreat 3. So yep. And we have one. At least one. Okay. So this unit here actually has a CR of only a 1, so they're going to take a morale hit and retreat 3. So we go to there. Okay, here, that would be it. This guy has they both have a 4 and a 3 because they're supported by this unit. So, all right, now these two guys can actually, somebody can move in here. So, they want to move in there like that. You know, that's 2 guns there. I think they just want to stay. Yeah, they don't want to move in there. So, all right, so Wheeler goes back in. MacArthur's done, so he's got Tuttle left. Okay, artillery line of sight. Okay, so that's a new one. At least for me it is. Play now. Pick a single artillery unit to fire at full strength. Ignore the 3 strength point limit if in woods, but less any adjustments for being shaken or disrupted. From into or through any regular woods, bypassing all intervening regular woods hexes. bypassing all intervening regular woods hexes for tracing line of sight purposes up to its effective range. Such fire is always considered obscured, so an additional 1 column shift to the left. Regardless of the number of woods hexes that the line of sight is traced from, into, or through, any shifts for the target hex still do apply. The canister bonus at range 1 and 2 also still applies. This jet only affects regular woods. Other terrain, orchard, dense woods, okay, so forth, can obscure or block. It says play note. To be clear, the artillery unit must be in woods or firing into or through regular woods in order to utilize this chip. So a battery in clear hex could not fire upon a target in clear hex. Okay, so that's pretty good. Got to be played. So it's kind of like, well, looking out here, okay, this is a possibility because he's going to be firing into woods. Okay, he just fired from here to here. This up here, he's in woods, so I could fire this guy here to here. That's a strength of 4, which goes up to 6 because if it's, yeah, let's do with that. I'm going to go with that one up there. So I'm going to fire here with Richardson, and he's going to fire yeah, he can fire here. Going to fire here at this one. Okay, so this is going to be a strength of 6. Ooh, 63. Strength of 6. He's got a morale of 4. What did I say? 63. Okay, it's going to be tough. No, we rolled a 12. All right, he's just going to have to retreat 1. So, all right, so that's all of that one. Okay, fog of war. So, let's see here, fog of war. Where's it at? That's scenario 6, fog of war. We gotta find the other fog of war. I think it's on the inside here. Yeah. All right, so this is scenario 5. Rolled a 2. Possible leader casualty. Roll 2 dice and read the roll as a number of 11 to 12. 11 to 66. So we got a 61. Let's see who bought it. Prentice. All right, so Prentice is removed. He's eliminated. So they just don't go to CNC. Okay. Okay, we got Hardy. Rolled a 6, so can activate. Limited activation for Wood. Okay, and Wood doesn't have anybody to fire at, so they are finished, as is Hardy. Oops. Okay, there's Wallace again. He rolled a 2, so he can activate Tuttle. And then he's finished. Alright, so Tuttle we could do an attack order with Tuttle. Yeah. Okay. So first thing we're going to do all right, so we'll do our offensive fire, which I've got that unit there, okay, and this one here can combine their fire because they're adjacent onto that unit. So we got a total strength of 16, I think. Yeah, 16. They're both rifled, so that's going to be halved. So a strength of 8. He's in the open. Okay, 43 at 8, and he's got a strength of cohesion rating of 4, but he's not supported. So 3. Let's say 40, 43. So it's going to be routine. And a 4 and a 3 forces him to retreat 1. All right. So all right, so we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And these other 2 guys are going to stay put. All right, now do we want to attack? No, because we're going to get this opportunity fire right here, or supporting fire. Strength of 11. That's going to be, and plus that's got a artillery unit there. It didn't do anything. I think he was hidden under there. This one here should be turned over. Okay. All right, so he's finished. Okay, we've got command confusion that can be used. So we'll set that to the side. Got Hardy, but Hardy's already activated everybody. That was Breckenridge is who that was, should have been. All right, so Breckenridge. Okay, so Breckenridge has Statham and Bowen. Okay, so let's move down here. So where they're at. Okay. Alright, so there's Breckenridge. Let's see if he can activate 2. Okay, so he can activate Bowen or Statham. Now, Statham has had 2 regiments knocked out. So, I think he wants to go with Bowen, and he wants to do an attack order. So, okay, now none of them have anyone within their range of fire, so we can ignore that. All right, so we're going to start here. I'm going to go 1, 2, 3 right there. This one here, 1, 2, 3, 4 right there. This one here, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then the last one back here. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. So we are going to attack here and here, right there, and then the other one will be here to here. All right, so we've got defensive fire. Okay, we'll just go here first. Okay, the 9th Illinois against the 1st Missouri. Okay, now he's in woods. Okay, so the 12 is going to drop down to 8, 9. But other than that, oops, put that in the wrong one. $62. He's going to have a CR of 2. 62. Okay, it's going to be tough. 61, depletion. Okay, so he's going to be depleted. And he's still going to have to follow through with the attack, which is not going to be too good. And then here, Williams is going to fire at the one that has the higher CR, which is going to be this one here. So, so I can put that off. Okay, so he's going to attack here. So, 28th Illinois is going to fire at the 10th Arkansas. All right, now he is in woods as well. Okay, he's on an objective hex. So 12 drops down to 8, 9. 61. He's going to have a CR of 3. That's tough. 53. Depletion. Retreat 2. Telling you. 1, 2. We're going to go 1, 2 like that. Trying to assault. You're better off just moving up there and then, waiting until you have an opportunity to just fire instead of assaulting. Because when you do that assault, that defensive fire, it's murderous. All right, so now we have the close combat. And we'll just start up here. Okay. So we've got 8 against 12. Okay. It's going to be like 1 to 2. So we start our strength of 8. 1 to 2 is going to shift us 2, so we're down to 5. They're going to have the higher CR, so now we're at 4. So we're going to have a strength of 4. 13. Well, that's going to be a close fight. 65. 65 is going to be a depletion on the defender and retreat 2. And we can move into that hex. Take that objective. Okay. Okay. Now over here, we've got 5 against 12. Okay, that's actually going to be like 1 to 3. Okay, so the 5 becomes a 2, and then he's in wood. So now we go all the way down to strength of C. 33. That's going to be a close fight. 65. Same thing we just had. So that means we're going to have 65. That's going to be a depletion. Retreat 2. Okay. And Bowen can actually move 2, which means he could go here and then go back up to here or here. I think I'll go there. All right. Next activation. Oh, got to put Breckenridge back in there. We still got Statham. That's about all we got left there. Rally. Okay, so this is basically where, well, they really aren't going to be able to use it because they don't have anybody that's got, they don't have anybody that has any morale markers. So, oh no, right here. I can remove this low ammo. So, that low ammo is removed. Okay. All right. Next one. Ooh, we got the Union cavalry come in. Okay, if it's like the Confederate cavalry, that's a pretty good little chip. It's used once. See if I can find it. There it is. It says, hold this chip. Play after your opponent successfully rolls to activate a brigade by any leader, but before a specific brigade is chosen to be activated. The Confederate player must roll again, and on a 4 to 6, the leader is considered to have failed the previously passed roll. On a 1 to 3, the activation is successful. May be played on the CIC. Remove this chip permanently. Well, it's not as good. It's not. The Confederate cavalry much better. All right, so this is held. So I'll just put it right there so I don't forget about it. Okay. All right, so we've got Stewart. Okay. Stewart is going to have to roll to activate. He gets a 4, which means no. He doesn't get to activate. Limited activation. Yeah, they could. This guy can. He can see Jackson's the 2nd Texas here. So can close up here. So these two guys can combine their fire. This guy, even though he's on a lower level, he can see him because he's at a higher level. So they can combine their fire. That's 16. Okay. And rifles, 2x away is 50%. So now they're at 8. He is in woods. Okay. This guy's firing from dense woods, and so is he. So that's another minus. So we go from 8 to 5 to 4. 22 is not going to do anything. Okay. All right, so Stewart's finished. Fortunes of War. All right. Next, Chet. Breckinridge. So Breckinridge had Statham left, which means he's not going to be activated. So that means that Breckinridge is finished. And I only have, let's see, I think I only have one Chet left, and that's Withers. Withers has Jackson. So, all right, so this is where the cavalry can be used. Okay. And so now what we have to do is, I guess we have to roll for Jackson, for Withers first. Let's see, where's it at? There, that's charge, okay. All right. Okay, so I roll to activate. Got a 3, so he's activated. So now I have to roll again. I got a 1. On 1 to 3, the activation is still successful. So that's it, and then that one can be used again, so we'll put it out of the way. All right, so Jackson can be activated, and he's going to do, let's put Withers over here. Okay, Jackson's going to be finished. All right, so Jackson, so we're going to fire, first off, we're going to do an attack, but he's going to fire here. Okay, so that's 9. Okay, he's in wood, so it shifts down to 5. 56, no, yeah, 56. And he has a CR of 2, so this could be routine. 32, no effect. Okay. And let's see here, he's smooth bore. He can fire through those, through that orchard. So he's got 11. He's going to be quartered for, that's going to be 2, strength of 2. He's not going to be able to fire. He's going to be below. Okay, he doesn't have a target. This guy actually has a target. Texas, 2nd Texas can fire at, let's fire here. Well, he's smooth bore. That's going to be quartered. So let's see. What's he in? Yeah, he's in that dense stuff. So let's see, if we quartered, we got a strength of 2. He's in that dense wood, so that goes down. So we're at C. Okay, so I guess we can fire at C. 25, yeah, not enough. Okay. So now we do our attack order. Okay, so I'm going to move to there. Well, actually, we could do this. We could go what are they in? Clear? Yeah. We could go 1, 2, 3. That way we've got, I guess it, I don't know if I want to separate them like that. I'd rather just have them together like that. Okay. And then, let's see. Okay, I'll put him in here. This guy, 1, 2. Going down that steep, that slope there is not going to add anything going down. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, I don't know if I want to assault. Well, yeah. I'm going to assault here. But this other, I think I'm not. Due to the, I'm going to have to wait, I think. Because of the defensive fire. We got supporting fire. If we assault here, supporting fire here. You know, even though that's only 4. And he's firing into that. That would put him down to 2. But he only has a CR of 1. So I should have put him here and him there. Okay, so let's just go up here. All right, so MacArthur, the 12th Illinois, is going to fire at the larger unit here. He's going to have a CR of 3, 2. He's going to have a CR of 2. That's a strength of 6, and he's in Orchard. That's only shifts once, so he's going to have a strength of 5. 52. And I said he's going to be, what, 2. That's going to be routine. 32 is not going to have any effect. All right, so he still has the, let's see, I think I'll attack here. This guy will just be support. So put the blue one on him. Yeah, attack with this guy. All right, so we start off at 9. Okay, but for numbering, we've got an 11 over here, so that's 20. He's at 6, that's 3 to 1. So 1, 2, 3, up to 14, 16. CR is going to be the same. Smooth bores, yes. So that shifts us to 17, 19. 52. Okay, he's going to have a CR of 2. So that's going to be severe. 51 is going to be depletion, and he's going to have to retreat 1. So he goes back to there, and I'll move this guy in like that. Okay, and that's it. That's all, everybody in the cup, and as we can see, the Confederates are being able to push here, advance here, and also here in the center. I haven't really done much here because you got Schaefer that's, you know, battle worn, every regiment, except for this one. So he should, what happened to him? Did I not turn him over? Schaefer, what is it, 6 Arkansas? Let's see here. Let me check that, because I don't know, I thought, okay, so, Schaefer. That's the last stand. We gotta get over here. Okay, so Schaefer. Okay, yeah, so they were only shaken. Okay, everybody else is depleted except for the battery, of course. So, okay. So, that's a strong unit then. However, on the western flank, okay, over here, Tuttle and Sweeney are making a pretty hard push. Okay, over here, Gibson is really the only one that's in position there to really stop it. Wood, all of his units are battle worn, except for this one right here, the 16th Alabama, but they're shaken. Okay, so things could really change. Of course, if you look here, you've got these red and blue circles with a white star. That signifies that that's a victory hex, okay, location, and it's victory for either army. Okay, if we go over to this Union headquarters, it's only a red circle with a white star. That is only a Union victory location. So the and the Indian mounds down here is either one. But at the present time, they're all under Union control, and so I just didn't put the control marker down. I add the control marker after, you know. So I added if the Confederates take it, then I'll put a Confederate control marker there. But dealing with the victory, okay, for this scenario, I don't think I really talked about that. But so at the end of the scenario, each side earns victory points based on control. Okay, so the crossroads, okay, is worth 1 point for either side. And there's two of them, 1911 and 1714. So 1911 I think they've already taken it, yeah. So I need to put a marker there. Surely there's some of those in here. Maybe they're over here. No. Nope. Are they in here? Well, I can use these camp control markers. Like camp control markers. Where was that one at? Yeah, right here. Just, there's probably, I'll have to dig around to see. But, okay. So, they've got that one, and then 17, I think there's another one right here. So, oh, right here. That hex. Okay. The peach orchard. Okay, 1813 is worth 2 points. 1813. Okay, that's right there. That's the peach orchard. Okay. The other crossroads, 1115 and 1516. 1516. That would be right there. Okay, that's worth 2. And 1115. Right here is worth 2. Widow Wicker's house, 1413. Right here is worth 1. The Union headquarter crossroads, 1013. Let's see, where's 10?
13 right here. That's 2 points. Indian Mound's worth 1. And then 37-13 is possibly, that right there, is the automatic victory. So if the Confederates control 37-13 at any time prior to 3 p.m., they win. Okay, if they control 37-13 anytime 3 p.m. to 3:30 p.m., they immediately win an automatic tactical victory. So that shows you that. And so we've completed a full hour now on both games. And just to kind of put into perspective here, see if that changes anything. Not really. See, this is this halo light there. I've got some other things I can do here. Turn that off. Okay, but then I can also turn it on, and then, you know, I've got some different colors here that I can add. Lots of different colors. There we go, back to normal. Okay, now we're still on red now. Blue. Anyways, see if I can get back to normal. Okay, I'll just turn them off. I can turn that on. There we go. So, just thinking about both games, the easier game to actually play is the blind swords system. There's so much chrome built into the charts, especially this chart, and it's easy to go through here and look at the modifiers, and you can easily get to where you don't even really need to think too much about the modifiers. And I like that they've added on here the cohesion rating adjustments, you know, the fire combat, but the cohesion, like the morale is on the counter, but some of these other things, okay, but all of that just added in there just makes it so easy. And the way that they've done the chart is so easy to look across, and they've got the numbers on both sides, which makes it easy. And, you know, the combat, I like that you've got a fire combat, and then you got a close combat, and then of course the terrain. This here is so easy to understand, and over here's a little bit different. You've got this chart here, okay, and of course it's not going to have any combat modifiers either way, but there's not a lot of modifiers in this game for combat. I mean, for terrain. On the Civil War Brigade Series, there's just not. You know, I've already talked about that, how there's very little modifiers applied. You know, now, let me see, that's fire combat. Now, if we go over to the close combat, you've got the second rotor trench, but that's really it. You know, it doesn't matter if you're in woods or, you know, I guess in close combat you're both in woods, but most of the modifiers are going to have to do with whether you're wrecked and guess, morale. Well, it says here that low ammo, disorganized, and formation have no effect on strength. Strength over AA has no additional effect. Routed defending units automatically route back to 3 stragglers, so forth. So, so there's not really any kind of modifiers for terrain. Very little. Upslope, extreme slope, sunken road trench, if it's nighttime. That's all the terrain has in the Civil War Brigade Series. And as I said, the Civil War Brigade Series is, I think I said clunky. It's just, it's more difficult, okay, to play, in my opinion. And I did play I haven't played this Civil War, okay, and there's some differences here between the Civil War and the Napoleonic in the Brigade Series. And I guess some of that I have, I'm having some trouble adjusting, because I played the Napoleonic Brigade system a lot, especially the Talavera and the Vimero games, which they're both together. And I really enjoyed that. I did have some difficulties with, cavalry not being able to do anything in the orchards. I felt like the cavalry could dismount, but I guess really the cavalry's not designed to dismount and fight on foot. So they just weren't allowed to enter, an orchard hex, which I can understand. You can't ride around in an orchard. So, that kind of makes sense. But at the time I was playing it, I was having some difficulty with that rule. But and the other thing was, the attack stoppage. You just constantly were having, you were trying to move your units, and they were just constantly failing. And so I think there was a rule that was added about you only roll for attack stoppage if you take fire, or you're, involved in a combat, one of your brigades. But I really enjoyed the Napoleonic brigade system, and I think I've already mentioned that one of the things that I didn't like about it was there was not very many battles. They didn't have very many volumes, and so I had to search out other games, to be able to play those battles. So I'm kind of surprised that the La Bataille, that system hasn't been really used as a model for a American Civil War variation. The Clash of Arms, I just truly hate their Civil War. I bought, I don't know, a couple of them, and I did not like the way that the whole system, can't even think what the system's called, but I was just totally disgusted with it. To me, it was a waste of money. I don't want to run down somebody's work, but I just didn't like it. And some other people may think it's great and good for you. You can play it. I didn't. And the La Bataille, I've recently repurchased some of the games. I've got the Talavera, and the Quatre Bras, and let's see, I think, I got the Linné, I got that now, but, and I wish I did have the Beauchamps, okay, that's was made with, what was it, Against the Odds, I guess. I wish I had it, and then I sold it, and I wish I had not done that, because Blucher is my favorite Allied leader. Okay, overall, he's my favorite of all the Napoleonic figures. He is, my favorite, and then it goes to Davout. And I wish I had not. But now, if you try to buy that game is outrageous, the price. And of course, my light went out. Blucher is taking a beating. He's surprised. His troop army is surprised, and he takes a literal beating in that battle. It's just basically a try to run the gauntlet, basically, to get out of there. And maybe that's why I just kind of decided, I don't know, but kind of rambling here. You can listen or not. I've got some interesting things to read from Shiloh, 1862, Winston Groom. Of course, you got the National Geographic, but of course, the maps. And I'm not too pleased with the National Geographic maps that they put on here myself. They could have been done a lot better, in my opinion. And let's see here. Kind of gives you maybe an idea of the situation here. This here is at 4 p.m. So we'd have to go. Let's see, we'd have to fall back. Let's see, that's 12. So at 12 o'clock, okay, this shows you what's happened. Of course, this is the Tennessee River. Here's that bend, okay, that we have, okay, that shows the Tyler gunboat there. Okay, but if we look at the map here, of course, we've got Breckinridge and Bragg over here, and so we've got Sherman and Stuart. Sherman, Stuart. Oh yeah, okay, Stuart, yeah. Okay, I guess he's part of Stuart's. And he's kind of split off. So this is Stuart over here, just like we have in the game here. Okay, and so you're looking at it. If you were to look at it like our game, then you're looking at it like this. The way I have the maps. Okay, so here's the peach orchard. Okay, Hornet's Nest right here. Okay, where you have W.H.L. Wallace and Prentice. Okay. And some of W.H. Wallace's units here with also Holbert. Okay, so that's what we got. And then up here we've got Sherman. You got Hardee opposed to him. Beauregard up here. There's the Shiloh Church. Okay, so forth. And of course this is Pittsburgh's Landing. All right, that was important. And you had so many troops that the Union that fell back to this higher ground here that they were falling back so that, they didn't get annihilated. And then once they got there, they didn't want to leave, and Grant just kind of walked by him. He didn't really get upset or anything when he finally arrived, okay? And of course, Grant wasn't nearby when the battle started. They had to ride up the river. So, but I've got some reading I'll probably read next time. talking about the hornet's nest and so forth. Okay, so at the present time, the hornet's nest in this game over here is basically already taken. Okay, and the Union's been pushed back to a defensive line toward Hamburg. Okay, over here on this side, let's see if our white light will come on. Nope. What the deal is, I don't know why my white light. Let's see now if we get. There we go. All right, I figured it out. So of course, here we've got the Tennessee River. Okay, and so here's Stewart, like in the map. Okay, in National Geographic map. And then you've got the Peach Orchard, Hornet's Nest up here. And so, you know, the Peach Orchard's still under control, so is the Hornet's Nest. All right, now they've taken this area here, it's Crossroads X, okay? But, you know, the Union hasn't been forced back, okay, toward Pittsburgh Landing. And so that Pittsburgh's Landing's not even on this map. It's further on down the river here. So you have the Indian mounds here. Okay. So if we look at this other map, okay, here's the Indian mounds right here. Okay, and here's Pittsburgh's Landing. All right. Here's Grant, where his boat landed, and then he just moved up, set up his headquarters. Okay. And of course, historically, they're going to get pushed back to Pittsburgh's Landing, and Buell's going to show up and basically save the Union on the 6th, and then be able to drive the Confederates back on the following day, just mainly because he's got Buell, and then Lew Wallace shows up, and so Grant's able to use those fresh troops. He ends up having about 40,000, and he can then push Beauregard, who's now in command after Johnson is deceased due to the blood loss from the wound he received in one of his knees. So that's what we've got going on. We come on back, and we're going to start the 1 o'clock turn. Both of these, I think, are really interesting games, and they both provide something a little bit different, and it all depends on what you want. Okay, if you want a really close in, you know, brought in close to the nitty-gritty, okay, where you've got the regiments that you're commanding, and you're going to have a lot of minor or major tactical decisions to make, then, you know, this is what you want. You want a game that's easy to play, that has a lot of chrome, so what's chrome? Well, that's the little things that are added to the game that make it more realistic, and that just add a lot of depth, okay, to historic depth, I say, especially when you're dealing with a historical game, okay. It adds a lot of depth, okay. So you've got here, you know, you've got regiments instead of just brigades, and you've got, you know, different types of weapons, okay, plays a part, okay. Some of your artillery is smoothbore, some of it's mixed, some of it's rifled. That's chrome, okay. Instead of, okay, over here, okay, the artillery, okay, on this game, it's just plain general, you know, a artillery unit like right there, okay, close up. You don't know if that's smoothbore, mixed, or rifled, okay. It's all treated the same. That's just 2 artillery strength, which is, I think, about 6 guns, if I remember, dealing with the scale. I think it was like three. Each strength point equals 3 guns. So that's 6 guns. All right, there. But what type of guns? Well, in this game, it's not important. Okay, so that's where you have less chrome. Okay, also weapons. It's just all small arms. You don't know if they have smooth bore muskets, rifled muskets. They have shotguns. You don't know what they're using. Okay. Now, historically, there was a lot of shotguns and squirrel rifles used by the Confederacy. They used whatever they had. Okay. They weren't as well armed as the Union, who had all these factories and weapons factories, okay, rifle factories that they could mass produce the arms needed. The Confederacy, a lot of their rifles were from overseas. Okay. I think I've talked about this in another video, some other game. So that's something, that especially early on in the war, okay, dealing with like Bull Run and so forth, you had mainly the Confederates had muskets that were smoothbore. That's what they had, and shotguns and whatever else they just whatever some of them could bring. That's what they had, and so Confederacy also they sometimes they wore out their shoes and that's something about Gettysburg is they were went in there to try to get some shoes prior to and that started basically the battle is going in there to try to get some shoes for the troops, because they would wear out their shoes, especially if you were part of Stonewall Jackson's corps. You did a lot of marching, and so there's a little bit more, I guess you could say, chrome in the blind swords. Okay. You have the regiments, okay, and like I said, the only way you're going to have a regiment is if you have these extensions. Okay, these extensions are basically an example of a brigade. Okay, widening their front by splitting up, and putting the regiment off on their right, okay, or left. Okay, and that allows more firepower, okay, instead of the regiment all being, in lines behind each other. All right, so that's why you want to pay close attention in the Civil War Brigade series about the strength of your unit. And of course, you can't see what the strength is, okay, on the unit. It doesn't tell you the strength. The numbers on there are just identification. Okay, there's no strength, morale, nothing on here. Okay, even if you flip it over, well, on the back side it does have the morale. Okay, and I guess it also shows the original strength on the back side. Forgot about that. Yeah, it does show the original strength, and so I don't know why they don't do that on both sides. It's like one side they're going to have information, on the back side they're just going to give you the 3, 4. Well, there's the information. They could have easily put the morale and the original strength, but what happens is the strength goes down, and then of course your total strength changes. But that's what these loss charts are for, and I really like the loss charts. Some people don't. I don't want the map to get cluttered with all of these loss counters. Viva la Emperor series, Didier Roy, his Napoleonic games, tactical Napoleonics, uses loss charts. I really like that. I mean, I think it's a neat way to do it. But I don't understand. They could have easily put the morale, at least the morale, on the front side, instead of you have to flip the counter over. or you have to go look on the loss chart. So, you know, this is not operational. This is still tactical, but it's at a brigade level. Okay, so it's pulled back. Okay, you look at it as that, like you're pulled a little bit further away and can see a little bit more. Okay, but you're not really seeing what's happening regarding each individual regiment in that brigade. The brigade is just in a 200-yard area, and you don't know what position the regiments are in. Okay, you expect them to be in battle line, of course, but you know, only so many men can be stretched or even squeezed into a 200-yard hex, okay, or 200-yard front. So that's why you would have the extension markers, okay. And you know, the one way that the Blind Swords handles that, dealing with the brigades needing to work together, is over here is the support factor, and that's another chrome. Okay, so, and in this situation, of course, with all of the woods, you're not getting any kind of support because, you know, the woods are keeping, you know, units apart. But in the clear hexes, well, there are very few. Okay, we've got some down here, like in this area. Okay, so right here, these two artillery pieces are in a clear hex, but they're not getting any support. Okay, because this guy's in woods. Okay, same thing here. These guys are in woods. They don't get any support, even though these two are from the same brigade. Can't provide each other support because they're separated by all of the woods, the trees and the thickets and all of that. And but in other volumes, okay, in other battles, you've got a lot of open, clear hexes, and if you spread your regiments apart, they can't provide each other support. Okay, and so you get a negative modifiers due to that. All right. And over here, you're not allowed to do that. Okay, over here, you're not allowed to, you know, let a regiment run off by itself. Okay, they've got to stay connected. Okay, the only way you come across that is you have some regiments that are independent units. Okay, and a lot of those, some of those are under apprentice. Okay, they're not really part of a brigade. They're just a regiment. Okay, and they're usually like T6. Okay, T6 size of a B. Okay, that's like a regiment. That's not a brigade. Okay, so some of these that are, you know, even like an A. Okay, you're looking at a regiment. Okay, not a brigade. So, and you know, the division here, he's got all these. They're not in brigades. They're in regiment size. Okay, except for Miller and probably Peabody up here. The rest of these guys would be considered a regiment, even though they're still they still have a regular counter. They're not represented by a extension. Okay, so basically they're independent regiments that can move around. So you do have some of that, but you're not allowed to take a unit like Lawman here, okay, who, okay, on the backside, he's a double A. You're not allowed to give him an extension, okay, and then have the extension run off. That extension is restricted in the fact that it's got to stay close, okay. It can be in any position, okay, around the unit. Okay, but of course, if it's over here, we flip it to this side, and the arrow is going to point to its original counter. Okay, what it's connected to. So that just gives you an example of this is a regiment. Okay, but it can't go like this. it's got to stay, okay? And if it's forced to retreat, then this one's forced to retreat, okay? Or he's going to have to be, you know, consolidated, okay? I think the law batai handles that like that. It's got some extension markers, okay? And when this unit, you know, takes too many losses, then they just kind of they're absorbed back into their parent counter. So that's just how that works. And of course, you don't have any extensions, anything like that over on the blind swords. So just a few things there talking about the different games. If you're interested in that, then of course you hang around and listen. If not, then you know you hit stop and go do something else. Okay, so this is about 4 hours, and I was able to make it through both turns. So we are now at the 1 o'clock turn for both games. So that means let's see here, we've got 3 losses here for 3 units that have been destroyed. Okay, we took too many losses. Lawman, McCulloch, and the 13th Missouri, which was part of Wallace's. So, and we've got, let's see if we, over here, I've got to adjust these guys over here. Let's go down here. Okay, so I've got to move this guy to here. These 2 guys move here, and these 2 units move here. Okay, so the Confederates have 2 units that are on the broke track, and they're both Statham. And the Union, all 3 of these I think belong, no, Sweeney went with Arthur. So Sweeney and then 2 Williams units. So these units now, when they come back, are not able to rebuild. I use that optional rule. So they just can't rebuild. And the other thing is Prentice was killed, so they don't have a commander-in-chief now for the Union. So that's gonna limit some of their ability to activate. So if you're following along, I appreciate your support. These are both, I think these are both wonderful systems. I wish that the Civil War Brigade Series was still going, but I understand that they wanted to streamline some things and make some changes, some upgrades, and make it a little easier to play. And I don't know, I just haven't wrapped my head around the line of battle. And maybe I'll take another shot at it. But their games are so expensive, even on eBay. And so, some companies, they overprice their games. And that's something that's really nice about Revolution games, is they're affordable. And not only that, but they give you 2 options. You can either buy the boxed game, or you can get the Ziploc. Okay, and I've talked about, I get the Ziploc and put them in these plastic containers, and I can put like 3 games in there. I can put 3 of these Revolution games in one of those containers, and I combine. A lot of times I'll combine these counters. Okay, now I haven't in this one. This one just has so many counters. Okay, for various things. So because there's so many things that are different in this volume, I'm kind of keeping this separate and not joining it together. But I appreciate Revolution games and the fact that they give you a choice. And of course, the Ziploc is a cheaper version, and that's what I go with. And not only that, but they have sales. And when they have sales, you can really get great buys on these wonderful games. Okay, the quality is very high. Okay, if not, they're as good, if not better, than those higher priced games. The maps, of course, these are, this is Edmund Hudson. And of course, he's staying true to the original, I guess, style that was done by Barber, who is no longer with us, greatly missed by the gaming community. Rick Barber, I almost said Mike, that's a football player. But Rick Barber, I would buy games, and I've said this before, I would buy games just because they had a Rick Barber map. That's the way I felt about his work. And it didn't matter whether I was interested in the game or not. It was like, oh, you know what? That's got a Rick Barber map. And so, you know, I really thought his maps were it, you know. He did a lot of maps for Clash of Arms and Marshall Enterprises, and before they became Clash of Arms, or bought out, I guess. But also other things, and so. But Edmund Hudson is you know, he's keeping the same style, which is I think when you have a series, you want to keep the maps, you know, you want to keep them, you know, where they are the same, you know, they look the same, they have the same appearance, okay, from one to the next. And that's something with the Kevin Zucker, his library of Napoleonics, you know, I think those are done by Charlie Kibler, I think, who does the counters for Revolution games. So, but I suggest you check Revolution Games out at revolutiongames.us. And the gamers, there's still on Multi-Man Publishing, I think they still have a link there for, you know, archive on the gamers for various things. And I don't know if there's, I don't know if they don't have any of the Civil War Brigade games. I don't believe for sale on their website at Multi-Man Publishing. But you can check them out. They're going to have the Line of Battle series, and you know, if you know, April Harvest is something that you're interested in, I think then, you know, I think the Line of Battle, maybe they've gone to the regimental scale, like what you see with Revolution Games, blind swords. I know that the, what is it, South Mountain? I got that out and looked, and the rules were talking about a regimental system. And when I started looking at the rules, I don't know, I was having a hard time understanding it. But of course, I'll get that out. I've got South Mountain with the blind swords, and then of course now I do have it with the Civil War Brigade. But I think it's changed to, it wasn't called Civil War Brigade. They changed it to something else. Let me just pull it out. Yeah, this is Civil War Regimental Series, but it's Dave Powell, okay, is the game designer, and of course it says Civil War Regimental Series. So if I was to look at, let's see, the counters really didn't look like they changed that much. Let me. But one thing is they do add the morale. Let's get down here where I can. So see if we turn the light off, if that just helps us out. So I dropped that counter. There we go. The counters look, okay, almost identical, okay, but if you notice, they're putting the strength and then the morale on the counter. And this, I don't know, M9, I don't know what that represents. And you still get the same thing on the back. So what I said, oh, I wish they would do this, they actually did, you know. So, but the counter itself looks the same. You know, the same color stuff that makes it kind of, for me, kind of hard to know what's going on. Same thing with the Union. And of course, you know, you're still going to have, you know, the shaking and all that. But the scale, I think most of everything is pretty much the same. The close combat table is really a lot different there, you know. A, it says attacker wins. Half is roll again. 4 to 6 attacker wins. So, looks like you really probably don't want to go into close combat very often. And then the morale table. There's the morale table. So we'll have to look at all of that. Here's the fire table. Of course, the fire ranges, artillery. I guess the artillery, though, now is, yeah, okay. What they did is with the artillery, they put a lot of chrome now. Okay, so you've got all these different letters over here, and then if you look up here, that's the different type of artillery. Napoleon, heavy rifle, howitzer, light artillery, mountain howitzer, and so forth. So all of that is, they've added chrome, and even they've added chrome with the different weapons. Okay, so much like what we have in the blind swords, except I don't know if that's actually, you're going to have any of that on the counter. Maybe you do. Yeah, M, but I don't know what the 9 stands for, you know. So it goes out to a range of 3 for some of the weapons. Some of them only go like, okay, I'm sure musket. Okay, musket can only go out to a range of 2 hexes, much like in the blind swords. Okay, you got 2 hexes. And it's at quartered, but here it's at half. So they've got shotgun, Henry repeater, pistol, you know, smoothbore, Spencer, Sharps, Colt rifle, breech leading carbine, rifle musket, and so forth. So, but the fire table is a lot, but you don't have the halves. See, there's no halves in there. So they eliminated the halves. Okay. And of course, you do have the shifts and the leader of loss effect. So, but let's see here. I was going to look to see about the okay, and then also you get, okay, terrain effects on movement. So you've got that. But let's see if I can see what we have said. We have the rules here. Yeah, Regimental Subseries Rules 2 version 2.0. But yet the charts and table is version 2.1. Scale, okay. Each hex is 110 yards. So instead of being, each hex is 200, okay, now it's 110. And each daylight turn is 15 minutes. Each night turn, 30 minutes. The contour interval line is 30 feet. A strength point is 50 men or 1 cannon and its crew. Okay. Infantry and cavalry units are regiments, artillery units are batteries. Okay, it says extended lines and detached artillery. Okay. Fire levels and fire level markers are not used. Lost charts is only used to keep track of stragglers, as described later on. Current strength is tracked via the provided strength markers. Regimental lost charts are available for those who wish to track. Okay. Okay, so that's the change in South Mountain. So it goes to a regimental scale. So that probably would be this game here. I could actually do another comparison with the South Mountain, because I do have a South Mountain. Oh, well, let's see. But this one here is the Civil War Brigade. Okay, I wonder why they put that in there. See, then I also have this Civil War Brigade Series Rule version 3.0, but I use the 3.2, so I don't know why they included that in here. Why would they do that? Anyways, so if you just want to look at the example of a map, okay, so this is 110 yards. So, still in the same style, but I think it's a little, more obvious about the contour lines are really dark. Okay, they didn't have contour lines. It was just color. Okay, so that's a big difference. If we were to look at the, here we've got the color is different heights. Okay, here we're going to see that with, you're going to see it with the color, okay, but you have the contour lines to help with that. Okay, so this is a darker, and you get up here, this is darker. Okay, as we come down, it becomes lighter, and it changes to a different color. Okay, but the contour line is actually assisting you in knowing all of that. Okay, it helps, in my opinion. So that'll be interesting for that. So, of course, then you have the turn track there, and they even give you there for destroyed, dead, wounded, and so forth. So, and then here's the lost counter they're talking about. 1, 2, 3, 4, and probably on the back side it goes up from there. Yeah, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. The only thing about this that I don't like is when counters get bumped and shuffled, then, that thing turns or whatever. Now you don't know what was it on. The only way to do that is with the lost counters. And that's what I use. But I've never played this. I've got it. I've had it for a long time, but I have never played it. I think because, you know, I kind of, it threw me for a loop that I had, you know, two different, you know, rule sections here. You know, I had the series rules there of Civil War Brigade, but then, okay, it says Civil War Brigade, but then it says regimental sub-series rules. So, and it says here that any Civil War Brigade rule section not mentioned at all is used normally. So that's why they have the rules in there. Okay, they're only adding this for the changes. This includes all the changes to implement the regimental instead of the brigade. So now I understand that, you know, I kind of understand things a little better. And of course, here's the example of the loss chart that I would use. Okay, I would use this loss chart. So I'm gonna have to play this alongside of the well, that's the back's bottom. Alongside of the line sword South Mountain. I don't think I've played that one yet. I'll have to look to see where it's at. I know that they've made one. So yeah, so you got D.H. Hill versus Ambrose Burnside, September the 14th, 1862. So, in South Mountain. One map. And this South Mountain is the first game in the series to offer a full intense battle that's playable in the evening. So, and I think from there they went to the line of battle. So, I'm now very interested in getting that on the table. So, usually I like to, you know, go, you know, from one genre, I guess, or historical period to another. Like I just finished the Ilau 1807, and so I jumped right into this. But this, you know, I'm playing two games basically at once. So hopefully I didn't lose all of you. Somebody's at least paying attention, maybe. If not, that's not a big deal. I enjoy doing this myself. And even if I don't have anybody watching, that's not going to deter me from not doing these. I just do them for fun. And, you know, I enjoy playing these games. And so I like to compare, you know, to see, you know, how each system handles it. So I think both are doing a very well job of handling the battle, and we'll continue to find out. So come on back, see what happens in turn 1 o'clock at the 1 o'clock hour. What happens in both of these battles. It's the same battle, but two different versions. So, of course, possibly next time I'll read some information out of Shiloh 1862 by Winston Groom. So, since he also has a Vicksburg book, the Vicksburg book I was using for the Vicksburg Blind Swords volume was a different author. It wasn't Winston. So come on back, see what happens. Things could become very interesting. So come on back, see if the Union can hold the line, or if they're going to get pushed back like they did historically. So see you on the next video.